All right, so it's time. Golf.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 2 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 2 will be completed and the construction dock will be constructed. After completion of Phase 2, the technologies of Tiers 5 and 6 will become available in the hub. These might feel intimidating after your previous experience, but rest assured that you would not be here if you were entirely incompetent. Highlights are oil production, railway transportation, the jetpack, and many more. Completing Phase 3 of Project Assembly is your next main objective. Just remember to focus on producing and delivering the project parts, and Fixit's faith in you will be strengthened.
Oh.
Phase 2 of Project Assembly completed. You have been performing more adequately under pressure and are closer than ever to saving the day. Perhaps you were the right choice for the job. Time will tell.
I know
You
I'm
will
the
now
right
enter
choice.
Phase 3 of Project Assembly. Continue as you are, and there should be no issue. For humanity. For Fixit.
Man, that light effect there at the end is cool. You're a carer, no such thing as a day off. Ah, that sucks, Orc. Circle, bane of my existence. Well, we got this circle early on. I like that, something like that for the space elevator. All right, this. I'm just going to put none for the moment because what is the parts required? Versatile framework. Guess what? There we go. So by automating our versatile framework previously, we're going to start loading that up straight away. There we go. We've already 2 in. And that's why it's really handy having these smart splitters here. For humanity, for Fixit. For fuck's sake. That's right. Alright, I'm just going to make a note here. Give that a go. Back to doing a lot of this. Now we're into some new stuff that I haven't done. I'm going to make a bunch of notes. So that is And then, what is my phone going off? One, that one. Right, and then, sorry about that. And then that was versatile framework. In the smart splitter. Sweet. All right. Hold on. I do not need. There we go. All right. So there are already 22 flowing in. It's great having that automated. Now we can go down to the hub. And see what new things are available. Well, we didn't actually unlock this one because I've already got it, but I will do it soon. We'll get there. Hypertubes, that one is, we're going to come back to that with 1.1 because I want to try the new stuff that comes with that. But for now, I want the jetpack. I also want Logistics Mark IV. We're going to do that. We're actually going to do, I think we get the jetpack for the Logistics Mark IV first. We'll get the jetpack and then we'll get oil processing. And we'll start working on all of this stuff. I've got a few things planned out for that. That's not a problem. But yeah, we get the truck with this too. Yeah. But the conveyor belt Mark IV, because there's a few production lines I want to expand out. Not expand, but get them up to the correct speed. So let's get those resources. And this does require rubber. And that's rubber I've collected while out exploring. So it just goes to show all that early exploring really helps now. It's going to put some of this away. Where are we? So I've got 100, 200, 300, 400, and I need 300 of that.
Milestone reached. The transportation of resources can reach new heights of efficiency. With the Mark IV belts and lifts, the truck, but even more importantly, your effort. Handling a large and complicated vehicle like the truck should come easy to a well-trained pioneer such as you. They are an obvious improvement over tractors concerning industrial purposes. Improvements for personal use were not measured.
At worst, could always board it at the shop if you were short. That's right, Zor. That certainly is a good way of getting that extra resource when you don't have it. And that'll be right. All right, so there was. I'm going to go around and do a couple of things here. The first thing is I've got a couple of production lines here that I had marked needing Mark 4 belts. This one here, I think I did that one. I need to check that one. Check it as we go. So that one was from the iron ingot to the iron plate, reinforced iron plate, and it was 135. That would be this one, which that's correct. That was updated because that's the input. And that would mean that I've already done the output because that's humming along correctly. So that one is done. It's going to be probably the wire. It's one of them. No, it's not the wire. It was definitely screws. It was one of them. I remember that. Cable for the automated wiring. So over here, it was the wire going to the cable. Right, yeah, that's what needed to be fixed. I knew it was something like that. We'll do that one first. And I wouldn't mind upgrading all the Awesome Sync merger inputs, or the connector from the merger to the Awesome Sync, all of those to Mark 4. Next 4 up. Yeah, because over here it's $200 copper ingots in. It's 400 out. This is it here, yep. Okay, so I think it's this down because there's 15 machines in total, so there's 9 on this side, and those 9 are making 26.67. So 240, so that's fine. So it is just this belt here. And yeah, so in the, just to show what I'm talking about, in our logistics, we now have our Mark 4 conveyor belts, which do 480 per minute. So I need to upgrade. That one. Now what actually, these are a thicker conveyor belt too. So they can actually conflict with some conveyor lifts. So if we have a look here, this one, let's go. If we have a look at these cable machines, they're running at 67% because they weren't getting the correct amount of wire. This is going to fix that. To do it here as well. And that is the overflow for that, so I should be matching that overflow. Oh, I'm already out. We'll go over to our Mark IV belt area and pick up some encased industrial beams. So 67%, when we get back, that should have improved. So just have to go for a quick run over to our encased industrial beams. Here, right? Not here. Next one along. Perfect. Oops, head butted. It's over here. You can see the difference, it's moving along faster. Oh, that's a different one, no. So in that short time period, 74%, yeah. And they're getting, you can see it's getting the fall, almost getting that fall before the production cycle flicks over. Right, so that is that now. Now I want, that should be running much better now. Still feels like it's a bit short. These should be 44.46. $133. They need to be Mark III. That was a bit of an oversight. But I'm glad I'm checking this stuff off, because that'll be all the difference. That has been done. Concrete, I need to mark for the limestone for our concrete for the encased industrial beams. I may need another power shard for that mine. Getting better, but I'm still, something's still not right. Mark 4 in. This one's going better. Just catching up. Yeah, no. Oops, that's not what I wanted. That's correct there. I don't know why this one. Probably, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'll double check I've got my right numbers. I've got every belt upgraded in the path. Mark 4. That'd be pretty obvious, you'd think. That's Mark 4. Might be some of my other belts. But that's Mark 4. Oh, this needs to be Mark 2. Yeah, for sure. Like that's 26. So even these aren't correct. So it's that one. That one. That one. Well, I'm glad I did some reality checks there. This is where the throughput monitor would have really helped. But that doesn't make total sense because these are outputting. No, the inputs are correct. I was looking at the input, but it's the... I know what I've done wrong. It's my output that I've got wrong. Let me just revert. You idiot. Yeah, it's this here. Well, that is Mark 2. That's Mark 2, and that's Mark 2. So that should be right. 26.67. That's supposed to be 9 machines. That's 240. So that Mark 3 belt should be fine to carry all of that. That's a Mark 2 there. That's Mark 2 and that's Mark 2. Let me just double check. Oh, 2, yeah. Yeah, that's right. 26.67 per 3 is 80. That's why it's the Mark 3 here. Yeah, I don't know. I have a bottleneck somewhere. That's Mark 3. That's Mark 3. That one's Mark 2. But that's because it's only... Well, looky there. There's your There's your problem. But that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 160. So a Mark 2 there and a Mark 2 there is correct. And that should be a Mark 3. Right. There we go. There we go. Things you don't see until... This is why it's good to sync everything, because you get to see the flow, the full flow. And then you come back and check it and you see if it's performing correctly. So it will take a minute or two for that to fully translate over here, but it shouldn't take too long. Yeah, it looks like it's made it. We're already getting those coming through. We're even getting up to 5. Yeah, it went from... Yeah. Oh, that's good to get that. That's one that's going to be running efficiently. That would have also slightly adjusted the power. You wouldn't be able to see it, but that's good. I've got another one to do, but let's get the jetpack first. And then we'll do the next one. Oh, that's very exciting. I've got a lot of beam on me. Yep. Mm-hmm. And I have been hanging out for the jetpack. I'll be looking forward to getting the liquid biofuel going once we get to that stage. Need 1,000 cable and 50 motors. Motors I'll have. Motors I'll have to go get some more. I've got motors being produced. We get the cable. Look at that, 238, 240 versatile frameworks already into the phase 3 of the space elevator. Nothing like it being automated. I don't have to think about it. It just works. Motors. Put the cable off and then we'll go get the motors. So I dare say we're going to need a few more motors, so I might as well get a stack of them while I'm there. I'm going to put back. Alright, and let's go get it's an emergency. That should be here. Jetpack's going to make it a little bit easier for building. Definitely easy to get around. Parachute's good, don't get me wrong. Parachute only really works to save you going down. Alright, and that's how you factory cut. Luckily, the light's going off. Arms crossed. Alright. I just left a box, didn't I? There it is, right there. Right. I'll be back for a sec, because I've got a full inventory. It's not my fault.
Milestone reached. Fixit has granted you the power of flight, provided you have a jetpack and the appropriate fuels. The jetpack refuels automatically while you are standing on a surface, and different fuel types will affect the jetpack's functionality. With this increased versatility, you will no doubt achieve efficiency levels previously unheard of.
Previously unheard of. Yeah. Okay, so we can make the jetpack in the workshop now, which is motors, steel pipe, iron plate and wire. And jetpack goes in your back slot, and you saw straight away, even though I'm hiding on camera right now, I'm going to show that when you're using it, right now it's using solid biofuel. You can go into the jetpack settings here and change the preferred fuel. Now, in our adventures of hunting for parts, we did get some packaged fuel and some packaged turbo fuel, so I could now choose packaged turbo fuel. See preferred fuel says solid biofuel, and it takes off really quick, but also runs out quick. Now, once that happens, you fall and hit the ground. If you don't have enough life meters, you'll die. Luckily, I had full health. I'm not going to use the packaged turbo fuel. We're going to stick with the solid biofuel. So now I'm going to set that back as preferred. So that's really handy having the solid biofuel. The jetpack becomes really useful early on. Going to steal some solid biofuel. But it does consume biofuel, solid biofuel, pretty quick as well. But it is pretty awesome, as you'll soon see. Now the next thing is going to be, we're going to do, there's also other items. We've got the manufacturer we can do. The trains, which we will want to do. Railway signalling, the pipeline Mark II, and the blueprint miner Mark II. But we're going to not jump too far ahead. We are just going to stick with the oil processing next. But I want to finish this limestone we're doing over here. I needed to upgrade the incoming limestone. Oh, actually, I needed a power shard for that, I think. What odds? Next time you go hard drive hunting, you run into Johnny. I know, right? I haven't, I've never seen him. So that'd be really cool to see him for once. But that's a really good way of getting it early. Yeah, I was getting that. Maybe. Gimme. Come to me. I missed the first one. Alright. Okay, so we have this one here. See, these are 83%. Case industrial beams. This here needs to be Mark IV. Our overflow also needs to be Mark IV. And now we need to run that back to the miner. This is why it's really good to have automated encased industrial beams Thanks very much. Zork, get that cam back on. This is why it's really good to automate the encased industrial beams, because once you get encased industrial beams, you really want to be using them straight away, and you don't want to have to be manually crafting them. So now, I need to actually, this is still a, where does it tell me what the minor version is? Mark 1. So we actually need a Mark 2 miner, and we're supposed to be outputting 324. So let's make it 330. There we go. So I actually got some power shards back now that that's been upgraded. And that. And that output will be so that'll be fine. Let's see if this catches up. I need to make sure that I've got these correct. They need to be Mark 2, yep, and that needs to be, that one there needs to be Mark 2, yep, and that's Mark 2. Just a bit shy. 36 per minute, and there are 9 machines, that's 324. Yep, and I set it to 330. Am I missing anything? Yes, I am. That one there needs to be, because I saw a bit going to the overflow. I'm going, hold on. There it is. That's got it. Belt materials are always a priority build being fed to a dimensional depot for me. Yep, Zork, absolutely. I agree 110%. Once I get manufacturer unlocked, we will have the dimensional depot. Still a bit of a wait because I want to get the oil processing done first. Get some plastic and rubber automated. That is perfect. All right, that one is fixed. That's another one that I've updated on my list. Screws will be the next ones. So our rotors for the Pioneer. Might just go get some more on me. Our power should be getting a bit more even as everything's being properly optimized now. Fill up while we're out and about too. The jetpack sticks out the back of the factory cart. It's totally normal. Quick wire, oh, blah, blah. Quick wire might be another one that needs to be updated too. Can't remember. Reinforced iron plate, so I think rotors is over here. .300 screw in. Get that upgraded. These machines will be backed up because of the. So these are outputting 37.5, and I'm doing them. So that's 2. That would be a Mark 2. That's a Mark 2. That's a Mark 3. That's a Mark 3. That's a Mark 2. And that's a Mark 2, that's a Mark 3. These are about 90% now, they're at 91 because they're actually not backed up anymore. So I just need to overflow as well. So my overflow is where is here. So these were iron rod. I need to check why that iron rod's not happening correctly. This is overflow. Yeah, what's wrong with that iron rod? The iron rod for the rotors for the Pioneer. Let's have a look here. So there should be 75 per minute coming in. So that would be a Mark II belt on the incoming. So this is our rods. That's probably our problem. That will be a Mark II. But that should be backed up anyway. Like, I still think there's a problem there. Like, if I was making the right amount, then I would have thought this would be full at 60. They've obviously done something wrong. Mark II. So what's wrong here? There's not getting enough iron ingots to start off with. So So that would be supposed to be 60 iron ingots a minute coming in. That is not 60. Okay, so it's starved, fair enough, and there's okay, so it's this setup I've got here. I haven't got enough iron coming in. So I'm supposed to have this 30. $15. So that comes in, so it's coming in here, and then it goes over here, and 15. That's 60. So what's going on? I feel like I'm missing something here. That one. I get, aha, so I've got, this is smart splitter, so this is just saying overflow is to the left and straight ahead is iron, so that's my incoming, unless this is not sending 60 in. It doesn't look like 60. That's supposed to be 60 per minute. It's on a Mark II belt. Something's not right. Something's still not adding up. That'll be overflow. So it comes in here. That's 15. This is my mistake. This here is 60. So it's supposed to be 90. That's where I'm missing it. Alright. Gotta fix that. Good having these reality checks to go back. I might as well upgrade that to a Mark II. I only need 90 at the moment, so I'm just going to do 90. And that really helped. The signs really paid off then, because I was able to read it again in front of me, follow the chain through. Really like how that worked, because that's something I've struggled a lot with in the past. So that was signs on production lines, help identify calculation mistake. That's perfect. Okay, well, we will check. I'm gonna, that is done now. I'm gonna check, I'm just gonna make a note to check iron rod for the rotors. Make sure this. Rightio. Well, so that was the rotors, because we did all the screws. To mark 4 belts, that's what we just did then. And AI limiter. Apparently I needed to upgrade my quick buy to Mark 3 belts. I may not have done that in the past. Now, let's get my factory cart. So yeah, we haven't really done much oil stuff yet, but it's good to get, once you get something like Mark 4 belts, make sure you're using them where needed. I'm interested to see if these are now 100%. Yeah, look at these churning at 100%. It's still jamming those out. That is excellent. It'll take a while for the rods to get over to here. I won't see a result on that one just yet. No, it's just gonna be flaking out at this stage. Alright, let's go check the AI limiters, because they're quick wire. It was supposed to be Mark III belt. I think that's this one here. $270, that looks like it's Mark III. And this is at 72%, so we're still not getting enough quick wire. I would say that we need to go and check the caterium is correctly. There's definitely a gap in that. Follow that. Alright, so it's this production line here. Let's double check that on this side. It's supposed to be 54 coming in to 6 machines. Yeah, they're not getting enough. And then that would have been, that'd be 45, so that's 3 machines. So that would be a Mark II and a Mark II. And then that's a Mark III there. So let's go follow that, find out why that Clearly, I need to bring more Caterium. I don't think I did my proper mass early on the incoming Caterium belt. Let's find out. So we've got 108 plus D, no, 45. $162. Yeah, that doesn't sound right, does it? We're already up to 315. A 270 belt wouldn't have helped there. Right, that is every production line there. Okay. So I know we'll need a Mark IV. Let's check this miner over here and see if it can handle it. So we're on a pure node, Mark II. Yeah, we were limited to 270. So now, that was 315. So, if I did 330, so yeah, that was just another one of those, needed the Mark IV belts to get the potential. However, it wasn't a bad thing because I automated it regardless. So that means it's always been working, not efficiently, but I always have had AI limiters being made. Not at the best rate, but now they will be at the best rate. Oh, nearly missed a little segment of belt there. Looks like I didn't have power on this awesome sink. Oh. Oh yeah, right. Well, there you go, hey? No, this... That one would be Mark IV. That'll be Mark III. That should be Mark II, yep. So now we should start to see 100% efficiency on that one. 100% on that one. 72, so that's building up. 73. So once that gets to 6, just almost there. So why is that a... 162 divided 4 is 40.5 each. So that needs to be a Mark II there. And that needs to be a Mark II. Is that correct? Yeah, that'd be, yeah, because that needs to be 80. Yep. And our total output of that one was that done. Acrosurium. It's outputting 90, yeah, 54. That's right. So it's just a Mark 1. That's all good. All right, that should be chonking along now. Yeah. Yep. So that should be that sorted out. Lurk watching the footy, no worries, Zork, thank you. Okay, so that was... I was doing the AO limiters. The frames, they all seem fine. Smart plating is fine. Coal power, that wouldn't have changed at all. There was some steel stuff that wasn't running perfect. I will get back to that. That's not a huge deal. It's all done. Yeah, we're good. I think we're going to be up to fuel power. Actually, I do want to update the overflow on every awesome sink at every building. So I want this one here. To Glad, hello, happy Thursday everyone, indeed. Good to see you. How are you today? So let's go through and do that. We'll just do a whole row as we go. The awesome sink on this one, I think, is the next floor up. Very good. Went to the gym, doing some work. All good. How about me? I am doing well, thank you. We unlock the next stage of the space elevator, and we got the jetpack and Mark IV logistics. So I'm just going around upgrading some of the belts that I wanted to get done. So that would be that, and then yeah, this one here coming from downstairs. So that should be, I'll be happy with that. Everything else there I think is good. There's little bits of overflow, that's fine. I'm curious, has this now optimized? Still not getting, food. Yeah, that's why. You idiot. Alright, that'll be working better now. Good, we'll be back to check that again. Pretty sure we already did the limestone. This one already got an upgrade. Yep. Let's go over to the copper. Fine, I think there's no solid backup. So I think that one there will be fine. Go over here to the wire. Just make that 3 and 4 for the moment, seeing as that's all I'm using it for. All of this should be fine. I don't need to upgrade anything else. Where's our power? That's already marked 4. That one's marked 4. That one. You're driving items around in trucks, right? Any plans for a train network? Trucks and belts, that is, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons, Diglad, that this height is to allow, oh, there's a copper node there, but is to allow trains underneath. This is just our first stage. We'll be unlocking trains soon and having to, we may bring the oil, I'm not too sure because like there's oil just over here. I don't know if I'm going to use a train to bring that oil across or if I should, I probably will. And that's the sort of the next big thing is getting oil up and running. So I'll probably build the production lines first and then I'll start working out how I'm going to do the trains. I don't know how I'm going to do them. Like, all I know is I designed the height to be, I just did that in advance in preparation. But yeah, because we're going to be using, I looked at my spreadsheet, I did a lot of final calculations a while ago, and this is the big summary. I'm going to be using 10,000 of the SAM on the map. That's only 737 remaining. The next closest one is, or maybe uranium, but like quartz. Yeah. You can have a look at that at a better resolution. the link is just there. So all I'm doing at the moment is I'm going around to each factory and just upgrading that belt for the awesome sink to be Mark 4. Just removing any potential bottleneck for things to back up. And that one could be Is that's what it was then, wasn't it? It was that one. Yeah. Right, that'll be enough. Looking at it, I'm using it for my playthrough. Wow, look out. That's awesome to hear if it's true. Right, yeah, that's Mark 4. Yeah, it's pretty final, that spreadsheet. I don't think there's any changes left to make it. I think there's enough singularity cells to run 40 portals. That's a lot where a lot of the SAM is. It is true, it's easy to do the calculations and planning. Yeah. Wow. I'm glad you're using it. It's good to hear. It saves a lot of work. And that. Yeah, that's all of that. This is the iron plate factory here. What? Go up again. Oops. 7th time's a charm. All that overflow. do need to fix this Satisfactory. It's too high on the one of these, but I'm going to get back to that. The problem for future smirking. Wow, that filled up already. It took a full box earlier. Well, not full box, but I took a lot earlier. And they don't stack up here, they just get made. I'm making 6 per minute. 6 times 3 is 36 a minute. Yeah, right, I suppose it would stack up pretty quick. This one. That's that. That'll do to there, that's fine. Right, so why is there stators backed up? They should be sunk over there. This should be a flowing line. We will need to check that. It shouldn't be anything altered on a production line. That's probably where some of that power that's not being consumed is. That's future going up, I think, that one. Hold on, where is my... Yeah, why are you? You're not hooked up. That's what's going on there. That's another thing that's supposed to be sunk, but isn't. So that was this here. That's why it's good to go around and do these audits. Make sure everything's legitimate. So that should be pumping in now. Stators are moving actually, very slowly, but they should be moving faster than that. Now, there's no overflow on that. We'll fix that in a minute. time. I think I did this one. Yeah. Yeah. That was one of the first ones I did. Alright, so it's this one here. I've got something probably wrong in my overflow settings. Overflow straight ahead. Yeah, overflow's going nowhere, smirking. So I was doing... and the overflow is downstairs, so that needs to be marked full. And then that's just overflow. And that should then technically be a 4. And that's a 4. And that's a 4. And that's a 4. Right. That resolves that overflow. You see it's moving now. The thing with the trains is I kind of wanted to do... I want 1.1 so I can make all of the lovely... the auto linking of stuff. But that doesn't mean I can't not set up my train stations down below and lay out a lot of stuff. Quick fire. What I dealt with. That Caterium's looking much nicer now. So if we go check out those AR limiters and we go and check out the rotors, that should all be working beautifully now. Geez, I nearly had an accident. Luckily I had my siren on. Might actually get some too. So 89%. So there's still should be running fine now. Like it's just taking a while for the clock cycle to catch up. As long as there's 40 in there by the cycle finishing. Yeah, just off. So why is that? That should be, that's Mark 2, Mark 2. So there's supposed to be 270 coming in, but that doesn't look like 270 to me. There's a couple missing. Let's see if we can track down why that is. Look out, jeez. Huh. I think I've discovered a little bug there. You can get out while taking it off and it leaves it running. Then you can get on back in, put another one on. It starts another instance. Interesting. Okay, so this is running at 100%. So 45, and that will be 45, and that'll be 45. That would mean that that needs to be Mark 3. There's my problem. And that and that. Perfect. That's all there is to it. And that should almost be an instantaneous result. We'll give it a sec. Go check out rotors and see how they're going. That's next one over. Gaz, hello, welcome. Good to see you. Oh yeah. We're running at 94, yeah. So this, as long as there's 10 rods in the machine, by the time the cycle starts. Perfect. You reckon you've bitten off more than I can chew with those green grass fields plants? It's got to take smaller bites, Gaz, and you'll be right. Smaller mouthfuls. Get it all done. Perfect. That's our rotors working beautifully. At least my level of patience. Yeah, I hear. It's easy to push yourself too far. Fixed a few things. I know what I just did. I need to be careful about that. I was like, nah, I'm not using that for anything. And then I noticed there was a dip in the power, and then the power went up again just now. That I've got to be careful with. When I see a power pole on a corner like that. All right. They're all done now. Everything's got a Mark IV belt at the sink. I think we're ready to unlock oil. Oh, what was the oh no. Don't mind. I saw a YouTube thumbnail this morning. Release date for 1.1, and then I looked. It was experimental, and it was going to experiment. It was like, oh. And then I thought about it. Then I thought, oh yeah, there was a actually. Hold on, no, there wasn't. All right, I am going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a sec. All right, let's unlock. See, there's no point unlocking that because I need to do oil processing first. Once I unlock this, I'll be automating circuit board and plastic and rubber and some fuel. And some new shop products will become available. Look out. Adaphasma is coming with a raid. Welcome, raiders. Folks, drop them a follow if you're not already. Go and check them out. I have. Followed them. You can too. But yeah, oil processing is what we're going to do now. How's your stream? What did you get up to? I've got 100 of those. Got that. Was good. Was playing a game called Nightingale, fantasy sort of RPG survival crafting game. Oh, nice. Sounds fun. And 50 motors, I've got those. All right, let's unlock that. Do it the slow way. I was pressing the wrong button.
Milestone reached. Crude oil can now be extracted and refined to produce various industrially beneficial parts. The byproducts of these processes will require careful management, but a capable pioneer such as yourself surely understands that. To improve efficiency, pipelines can now be optimized with valves to limit and balance their throughput. These were initially left out because Fixit did not want to overwhelm pioneers with complex pipeline management, but they have since been re-added after my impassioned defense of your capabilities.
Sorry to raid and run, my dude. I've been forgetting my bedtime and haven't stopped streams in time to hang out much when I finish. That's all right, Fazza. Go nuts. Totally understand. Right. Let's check out. There was new things in the shop. Coated concrete foundation. That uses plastic, I think. I think we should purchase it. Yeah, we'll just get that for the moment. So that one will be in the customizer. It requires plastic to make these foundations. So also in the builder, I'm going to have all of these available now. They're all new. All of them. Yep. And then down here, no filter, and then there'll be more. Okay. Same here. They're not new anymore. Alright. Sweet. Alright. So with the oil, we got the truck, which is a new vehicle. It has more inventory slots. We'll come back to that later. Our production, we got 2 new machines, an oil extractor for getting oil out of the ground, and a refinery, and we're going to be making quite a use of this refinery. The refinery it has 2 inputs, conveyor and pipe, and 2 outputs, conveyor and pipe. So we're going to have to deal with both inputs and outputs. And we get different types of recipes here. So we've got plastic, straight from crude oil, and it has a byproduct of heavy oil residue. And the same with plastic. You can make plastic rubber straight from crude oil, and you get heavy oil residue as a byproduct. And heavy oil residue, you can turn that into petroleum coke and you can sink it, or you can turn heavy oil residue into fuel. You can make fuel from crude oil, and its byproduct is polymer resin. And polymer resin, there's residual plastic where you use polymer resin and water to make plastic, or polymer resin and rubber to make and water to make rubber. So yeah. So what we're gonna do is, I want to make plastic for the Pioneer, and I want to make rubber, and I'm going to use the residual rubber and plastic recipes. So they use polymer resin, so I'm going to use the fuel recipes to make fuel and use the byproduct of that fuel to make the polymer resin, and we'll make the rubber and the plastic from the polymer resin, which means we're going to have a couple of generators, not many. We're just going to have 2 generators at 200% doing fuel power, and 2 generators doing fuel power as well. One of these is for the plastic and one's for the rubber. So we've got a fuel, this is for the residual plastic, and this is for the rubber. And of course we'll need to bring the oil over here as well, so we'll probably get into some trains to do some transporting. But we're going to start off with we need to build a location now for these. Now I've got an idea. Excuse me, just having a look at a few recipes here. That's 9. Looking at machines. Seems to be the magic number. Well, all right, so all right. So I'm gonna have a couple of different factories. Fuel factory. The 9. So the most from that one will be 9. Just thinking about a few things. Okay. So in that case, oh, is that the... Oh, it's 12. Okay. It's just me, Coke. Morning, brother. My game won't load. It's crashing if I try to use mods. Unfortunately, that's an issue with... That'll always be an issue with something like... If you're using 1.1, then the mods might not work with 1.1 yet. I've never used mods, so I don't really have any way of troubleshooting your mod issues except telling you to go to the... I think there's a modding Discord. You have to uninstall game experimental won't load. Yeah. You need to make sure all your mods are turned off or uninstall the mod loader. Yeah. I wish I had some better answers for you, but unfortunately, I don't. I've never used mods, so yeah. I actually don't have a good answer for you. All I know is you have to get rid of the mod loader or turn off any mods being loaded. And if you've done all of that, then yeah. Not entirely sure what your next step is. But I definitely look at getting to the modding Discord. I'm not sure if there's a Discord in the official Satisfactory, if there's a group there for modding. I think there would be. Yeah. I know that's not super helpful, but it's as about as helpful as I can be. That away and that away for the moment. Nice. So I'm thinking about where I'm going to put my rubber and plastic factories, because we need to build. I'm going to need a factory for fuel, a factory for plastic, a factory for rubber, and a factory for petroleum coke. And I want to put the petroleum coke factory in the middle of the rubber and the plastic. So I think what we're going to do is this area here, I've reserved this for sand. It's a really skinny factory. So then I might do I've got an idea. I'm gonna think about this for a sec. This was going to be reanimated sand, and I was going to make $26. It's going to be a tall building. I got to think about that, because this is where there's going to be a lot of sand coming in and going out. Do I really want to do that here? I think it's a good challenge. There would need to be, I think my issue here is there's no room to fit the sink in this footprint. I'm going to leave this for the minute. And I might just this can only be a constructor company, a constructor factory. No, actually, yeah, got an idea. So let's go. That was there, and that was there. Then that's there. Just have to think about a few things. That's a road. Okay, that's that that's that was all right. That was a factory going this way. Then that there, and then that was there. Yep. All right. So it's this road that won't exist. I want to do let's have a play with this. I want to put down so if we had but it might. But anyway, sorry, I'm just thinking about something in my head. We go to where are we? We want some refineries. I'm just going to plonk a refinery down here. Just so I've got one to copy. So if I started off with, there'd be one here. I would probably want, because we're going to have that sort of shenanigans going on. So I'm going to need to have add that there, and maybe then there'll be another one there. So then that would be there. So they're now so you start with one there. Doesn't leave me with, yeah, I really need that. Oh, if it's there, that's got to be a back one. This is where my load balancing consumes a lot of room in a factory. That consumes 2 full tiles. So then that there. That would be, yeah, I think that'd be sufficient. So then this would be that. It's going to be there. So if that's there, then technically I want to see what this looks like. So that'd go to there. Yeah, I reckon one more. And that puts it in the center. And that puts that in the center. Yeah, I like that. Oh, we need some more concrete. Better go get it. It's an emergency. If only there was a supercharged factory cart you could have. I need some iron plate as well. I'm sure driving across a jump pad would make it go faster. This is true, guys. This is true. Tell you, when I tried jump pads last time, they were terrible. Yeah, no, it's, I must have just had a bug when I was trying to test them, because none of that was showing up. So I should do some use cases with that. I'm going to work it out to fit into the tutorial, apart from driving on them. Should be an upgrade slot. If you put a jetpack in, you go faster. Yeah, that's a cool idea. I like that idea. Because it doesn't accept fuel types. Imagine if you could put turbo fuel in it or something. Alright, I'm just going to delete some of this stuff. Yeah, so just don't want to have some deconstruction boxes going. So I'm going to get rid of I'm going to take a screenshot of a couple of screenshots here. I'll just use the inbuilt photo tool. So the input side is 1, 2, 3. It sits in the middle of the 4th platform. Right. Okay. And then I'm just going to build we need actually an awesome sink. Probably there. And then I wonder if that's going to get in the way of the first one. It certainly is. So on this floor, so what if it started there? I could work around that. It would probably be better this way, I think. Yeah, that I can work around. Just. So that'd be 1. 2. 'But that's a perfect spacing. Catwalks between them. It's not good if you want to run across. But I could have another set of catwalks a bit higher up, to be honest. Six, 7, 9. That's as big as I want the factory to be. If that's the case. Yeah, that's leaving. At the other end, if I leave that there and then that one there, then this would be the outer edge. I want to leave a bit more room because we're dealing with pipes and conveyor belts. Right, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll do this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that. How annoying is this going to be? Is this going to be in the road? That's the question. I don't think so. Let's find out. It's doable. We can deal with that, actually. Yeah, I think we'll do it. I think we can handle that. Right, so that'll be another, that's asphalt, that's concrete. So this one will be the petroleum coke factory. And then I'm going to put rubber. So that might be plastic, petroleum coke, and rubber. And maybe I'll put fuel on the far side. Alright, so then there'll be another. That works out not too bad actually. So there would be asphalt. The asphalt that'll be to there. That's concrete. Right, so then this is where I think this one is going to have to be one extra in size to fit in with everything else. If this is rubber, that actually might work out well. So that'll come to there. And time to get more concrete, believe it or not. Yeah. Leave that for the moment. And then we're going to make a blueprint for the refineries. Make a nail concrete work for its money. Right, so that plastic, petroleum coke, and then that'll be, this will be rubber. I'm just going to reality check. Right, and let's make sure. Yep. Perfect. And then let's do this. Make a note of something there for a second. Rightio. I'm gonna line this. This one's got to be lined up with all of these. Alright, we're going to have to destroy these for a nice factory. Oops. It's great that they allowed us to get rid of him. I think that's it. Beautiful. We can breathe easy again. Now, all right, let's do this. So they've got plastic, petroleum coke, rubber. No. Now, if I wanted to do, I want a fuel factory. So I'm going to end up making 2 and 2, and then 3 and 3. That's 2, 4. That's 10. 11. That's 20. 21. 21 is the total amount of fuel factories I'm going to make. I might make one, a long one, that spans across here. Because 21, if this is 9, so let's just say 9 is 14. So 18 would be 28. So if I started off here, so it's at 8, 9, no, no, I'm not. Let me fix this. Okay, so if it was this, yep. So that's 8. That's 9. Eleven, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's 25 to there. And then, yeah. I'm going to do one really long one for the fuel. I reckon to here. Chronic Pump, coming in with a follow. Thank you very much. How are you today? Yeah, this one's going to be different. A really long factory. And this is going to be for the fuel. We might even put for this one. We're only ever going to have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 fuel generators. So we might just put them on the floor above. Hello, not bad. How are you? I'm doing well, thanks. We're just planning out some factories. Our rubber, plastic, whatever that one is, petroleum coke, and fuel factories. I have a master plan. That'll be one. That'll be that big. So this is concrete. And then the asphalt. Rightio. So now ooh. Look out. Crutch is coming with a big old fat raid. Thanks to you viewers coming in with Frutchy's raid. Maxi, welcome. Boo. Everyone's scaring me. Mindless is booing me. Is that like a scare boo or like boo, we don't like you? You need some food? Having a lurk? No worries, Frutchy. I think it's a scary one. How was Frutchy's stream? What did she do? Was she good? Did you have fun? I hope so. Couldn't imagine anything else. And make sure you go and follow Frutchy too, folks. Definitely worth it. Booby. I just unlocked Nuke looking for uranium, but hard to find. Seems like it's underground or in a cave or something. Yeah, there is a couple of spots. I can show you on the map where they are if you're interested. Or if you don't want spoilers, I'll just tell you, keep looking. You can pick which you prefer, what kind of build is. Ah, thanks, Mindless. Oh, we're almost out of plate. We're out of plate. We need a small plate. Tell you what though. Yeah, let me just put this here. Oh yeah, let's do this. So that's going to go as far as there. And oh yeah, let's do that. Smashing out the foundations at the moment, that's for sure. So what we're doing, we unlocked coal and oil. Not coal and oil. Oil. We unlocked oil. So we're doing the starting out our setting the foundations down for our plastic, rubber, petroleum coke and fuel factories. Quite a few. That's going to come to here. And then we're going to start a blueprint for our refineries. So I'm just laying my roads down as I go. That's what I'm doing here. Getting my road network in order. Have to chop that down. Actually, now would be a good time to chop it down. Was there any more? I think it's just this one. Perfect. And that just let the light through. Get rid of the trees, you get the light. Alright, let's get a factory cart. We'll go get some iron plate. I'm near a big waterfall, like center map. Do you know where the uranium is? Is it in a cave or something? Yeah, so that one, you are here. There's this big... Is there a big, like, void there? Is that what you're talking about, where you are? A big hole in the ground? Yep, near a river. Okay, so that right there, there's a cave entrance just there that goes in. It's around here. Your cave entrance is just around here somewhere. And the uranium's about here. That's one of them. Yeah, because you're the big waterfalls at the top here in the river. Yep. So you have to come down to ground level here and you'll find the cave entrance. There's a couple more on the map. Would have never found it. Oh, look, I'm sure with a bit of exploration you would have got there eventually, but I'm glad I could help you out. But yeah, that one's pretty easy to get to in the cave. It's not hidden in the cave or anything. You just have to find that cave entrance and you'll be alright. Right, iron plate. Where is that? I think it's here. Yep. And we'll get a little bit more concrete. I don't need too much more. I've actually done the majority of the foundation laying. Oh wow! Not annoying at all. If you time it right, you can get multiple sirens. That was not annoying at all. I wasn't really trying hard then, but yeah. I think it's got to do with when you take your hand off. That's right, mindless. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Indeed. Oops. I don't want to go off the map that way. It has to do with... You've got to get out of the car, get back in. Yeah, I don't know. Is it some sort of trick to making that happen? There, look. I just did it. That's a high one. Is that an Easter egg? No, it's just the way they're catching each other. And then it stops. Wow, that's an interesting one. There's got to be something about that. I don't know what it is. But it's not annoying though. Definitely not annoying. I'm definitely not going to troll chat with that in the future. Morgantic, boo! Oh, welcome. Chronic, you're a legend. Thanks so much. Been looking for like 3 hours. I've been there, Chronic. Don't worry. I've had moments where I'm like, oh wow. Thanks very much for that sub. That's absolutely awesome. I really appreciate it, Chronic. And also, don't forget, well, it's not that you ever knew to remember, but and I'm in the process of updating it, so that's what this playthrough is all about. But yeah, there's a whole website there of satisfactory information that you might find helpful, or maybe you won't. Can I put a link in for clip chat? Yeah, absolutely, mindless. Go nuts. There's no restrictions on clips. Going to... There we go. Excellent, mindless. Thanks for making that clip. That's very useful indeed. I like it. Yeah, I don't know if it's a... It's sort of repeat. You can make it happen a couple of times, but yeah, I don't know if it's a bug or what. Righty, yeah, there you go. That's right. Yeah, and Chronic, any questions you've got, you're always welcome to ask. And no problems stopping what I'm doing and answering something. Or I may even have like a video I can point you to. Sometimes things can take a while to explain, but a video might help out. So that. Alright, so I'm going to start. It really doesn't matter. I'm going to put one there. And then, pretty sure, because that one's on the center line and that one's there. Yep. And then I was going to put that walk up here. And then that one's that. And then it's just me, Cope. Oh, looks like new game vanilla. Finally noticed. I noticed your build belts in air between some machines. Pretty cool. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I try to get things, not everything off the floor, but I don't like having to jump over everything. Yeah. But we're, what are we? We just done not phase 3 this morning. Oh, not this morning, but the beginning of this stream episode. And so at the beginning of the episode, we're at 135 hours in. And we, yeah. So we spent a lot of time automating a bunch of things before we moved on to this next phase of the game. It's a bit slow sometimes doing it that way, but that's okay. Okay, so a metal beam, everyone does this, even me. I'm just wondering, is this how I want to keep doing it? If it is, and what I'm talking about here is the power support. If it is how I'm going to keep doing it, is there a different way I'm going to do it to what I've normally been? And is it going to interfere with, yeah, anything I have? Let's put these up first. So there's definitely going to be pipes, actually. Where are we? trying to remember all this. How do you determine how high to make belts and belt supports? So a lot of this stuff here. What's a good example? Because once you start dealing with assemblers, you kind of, well, that one's a bad example. You can either have one on the ground floor and then one at the next, like that's too high. And then, or you can go 2 high and 4 high. You can go 3 high, but the reason why I build like this is I don't like conveyor belts cutting through splitters and mergers. So I use a bit of space between. And something else I do is when a lot of people, and I build like this because I like to load balance. Whereas if you just like manifolds, that's fine as well. So with a manifold, it's quite easy for you just to go, when you do a manifold like that, and then the next machine, you can put your splitters and mergers directly on the machines. You're going to use that I2 too if you don't care. Go nuts. Okay. It's all about just enjoying the different ideas. The reason why I build this way is it has to do with these nice curves here, which is the equivalent of a straight belt. But when you snap a splitter on top of a conveyor lift, you won't get those nice curves. It's kind of hard to explain it. But I'm sure you get the idea. Actually need some reinforced iron plate. Oh, look at this. Need reinforced iron plate. I'm at the reinforce. Love they added straight belts to make curves so much easier. Yeah, it's been a godsend, hasn't it? Absolutely. I'm looking for 1.1 those curved belts though. There's a few nice use cases where curved belts really make a difference. Something else I do that you don't see people do is you might build splitters and mergers, and you might go, well, I want one that's that high up so I can hook my lift down and so forth to the machine. Well, what I do is I actually have a set of blueprints for the splitters and mergers that are at each height. So I don't have to build 3 and delete 2. I just get the one that height I want and line it up and build it that way. So that means in my blueprints, I've got 6 different splitters, 6 different mergers, 6 different smart splitters. Yeah. There's different ways of doing things, like simple blueprints like that can be really easy. Can save you a lot of time. I'm just trying something here. If that was there. Can you set default paints? Chronic, you can. When you go into the customizer, which is X, these here. That's why everything I've got's green. So your default color for all of the factory items. A default, see I've got a different color for the pipes. So there's a few different colors I've generated there you can have a look at. You have to bear with me. I'm just doing a couple of things in the blueprint designer. Actually, this is what I was trying to demonstrate earlier. So if I had my splitter coming in here, like so, so that connects, hold on, this is the output, this is the output. If I had my merger at my output, so I can place that there. I need to reconnect this one. But this is what I'm talking about with those curved belts. Whereas if I had this here and I put the merger on top of it and then put this one here, you don't get the nice... You could do it that way. Okay. There's that way. No, that's... You still don't get the nice straight. So that's why I do it this way. That was obvious. I can't believe I didn't notice that. That's all right. It's it happens. Is the game audio sync or no an issue for me? Yeah. So is my audio out of sync at the moment? Is it minus on the game? So when I click, is that not in sync? Because this happens to me on and off. It's very frustrating. And I just have to make a change once someone tells me. All right. Let's go here. I think I've narrowed it down to being a problem with my gaming computer. Because it's not satisfactory. It's something to do with OBS in the game, and I've been trying to fine tune it. I'm getting close to reformatting Windows from scratch, to be honest. Maybe. But that should have fixed it. Yeah, it's one of those things, once someone tells me, I know the exact value to set it to, and everything goes away. It's all fine. But I actually have to know that now for my video editing. That's all right. I know now. All right. Perfect. No worries. Thank you for letting me know. Yes. Okay, so the reason why I'm doing all this is I wanted to go back to here. I'm making a blueprint at the moment. And so if that was there, then that one needs to be... Now I was wanting that to be there, wasn't I? And then that was there. Yeah, so this is where I don't like that because it's clipping, but that's where I wanted to get this. We're going to go with 3. Fix, perfect, thank you. It's going to be there. And that'll be like that. Straight pipes, I'm really looking forward to straight pipes because then I can do... Then I'll be able to have this horizontal to vertical, nice and square, and then this one. I think I'm going to build my blueprint like that in preparation for oh, actually no, that's all right. No, that's good. All right. I'm just looking at a couple of things. I'm getting my spacing organized. So that is there. Right. So that was at the correct spot there, and it was the correct height. So all I need to do is make that one that tall. I'm just sort of partially doing some pre-builds in the actual blueprint, but they're not going to be hooked up to machines. And some of them, some of the build recipes won't even have both outputs being used, so I'll have to delete what I don't use. That's okay. But that's all I need now is my power. And I was thinking I want to do it slightly different to what I've done. Still going to use the beams. I'm just wondering, there's no reason why I can't have the beam in line there as well. I'm gonna go painted still. Just get so high. Jetpack now. And get up to reasonable heights. Yep. Running out. Running out. I'm going to leave it like that, and then yeah, so I know right one there. So that would need to go to here. Yep. That'll go to there. Now I'm going to get rid of that and that, because that will hook up on the next pair. That's for the feet. And actually, I really did like the carbon steel finish. Rightio, so now I've got my catwalks, I've got my the pipes are sort of ready to go. Everything's just Mark 1, which is fine. Input and output. Binary. And then we're just going to have save this as refinery by 2. Then I'm going to get rid of, I'm going to make this a refinery by 1. So it'll just be, and get rid of this foot. Rightio. And then I'm going to do my power pole, which is literally it's just that. There's no power connectors on it, but it's at the height that I want it to be at. So that's refinery pole. That's all it's called. Right, I've got my blueprints now. So Ended up with a container. What did we, probably got too much plate to start off with. Copper sheet. Oh, close. Alright, we've got binary by 2. My inputs are I'm going to have my inputs that side for this one. So we were, the refinery should be on the middle of the 4th foundation. 2, 3, 4. That's in the middle, and it's in the middle there. So there was going to be I'm going to build 9. I'm just going to build them in advance, but not actually hook them up yet. Got the 9th one. And then I've got the valve hole. Okay, so now just got to hook up every second one of these. So that'll be so this is our I need to make some notes for myself. This is going to be plastic. And then this is going to be petroleum coke. This is going to be an interesting one. Yeah, I'm just going to put the signs in. Well, I hope Satisfactory doesn't use any synthetic petroleum food dyes, because they would be banned from the game. This will be rubber. And then, oh, there's another tree to cut down there. This one over here is fuel. Right. So we've got a sink. Actually, I'm going to put this one over here. And then we've got binary by 2. And I'm going to put my inputs this side. One, two, three, 4 to there. Ooh, you're a bit touchy, aren't you? That's right, that's my inputs that side, my outputs that way. Did I get that right over here? Yeah, I did. I wanted my outputs going that way towards the petroleum coke factory. Right, steel beams. I've got some over here actually. I left them in my box over here. That's how you do it, right. So you've got to time it to take it off. When it's not in motion. I think it's only the first one you got to time. And then after that, but how do you get rid of it's strange. I don't know how to get rid of one of them. That's how you do it. Not annoying at all, is it? I'm definitely gonna... I don't know if it's a bug in the game right now, like if I reloaded the save, if it would disappear, but I don't want to find that out. It's too funny as it is right now. And do it from this side. I'm leaning back again to try and see. And now I'm low on motors. Oh, it's quite lucky there's a motor factory nearby. I think motors are here. Pity you can't reach out of your factory cart into the container and take things. Yeah, drive through, you know? Now we're out of parts. That's... Luckily my pipe factory is just over here. Designer. I can certainly get air into it. That's it there, that finishes it up. So that one's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This one's a bit bigger. One bigger, but there's going to be a bit more rubber, so that's okay. Right, and then refinery. What do I mean assemble or and then so okay, that's the fuel generators. The fuel themselves 2, 4, 10, 11, that was 21, yeah, right. So I'm going to have 2 refineries of fuel. The polymer resin will feed the other ones. So 2, 4, that's 10, 11, that's 21. All right. I'm going to find the middle of this. So 41. So that's 20 and a half. That's 20. So then I want my binaries, my output this way, and I want to have in the middle that would be that's 20 and a half. So yeah, the machine full on would be half. Yeah, sort of. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Kind of does. 1, 2, 3. So if that was there and there, and that's the outputs. Okay. See, what are these ones? These ones were like they're not giving that. Oh, I know. I think it's when you build it in the other direction, and and you're clipping into, whereas this you're clipping into something, not you're clipping into something. That makes total sense to me, but probably not to you. Let's get some copper sheets. That's 10. $11. $13. Some motors. Dot, hello, how you going? Very well this morning, thank you. Get to tune in and see what my favourite man down under is up to. Why, thank you. Yeah, we're just building all our oil. So that's going to be plastic, that's going to be rubber, there's going to be petroleum coke here, and this is fuel. Just getting some of the main machines down. 13, 15, 17. I need to get some encased industrial beams. Got tomorrow off because of a public holiday, so yeah, I'm looking forward to having a relaxing day tomorrow. Might do some video editing. I love having all these resources automated. I just go and get them and keep going. I don't have to make any changes. Don't have to manual craft anything. They're all making it a reasonable rate. Usually 3 machines worth of something is what I automate. I rewatched your old video on fluid throughputs and train recently. Awesome explanation. Thanks, Dot. Yeah, there's some of those videos that I don't need to redo again because you kind of nailed it the first time. They make perfect sense even without train signals and that. The concepts are very obvious. But 2 more and we're done. This platform's a bit bigger than it needs to be. Right, well, a sink here. Doesn't matter that it's this size. I could shift it down. I kind of like that it intersects there nicely. Yeah, I'm okay with that. There's a bit of space at each end. I don't think that's going to upset me. Oh, actually, you know what? I could put the generators here. Because there's 2 generators at each end for the initial. Yeah, that would work quite nicely. I think there's just enough room to do that. Maybe, yeah. To unlock the generators as well in there. That's an interesting one. All right. Binary pull down. It should go there. Right, we'll deal with all that later, but that's good. Yeah. So I think I'm going to have to... I had a rule in this playthrough, which is... Yeah. Like... I couldn't unlock another tier in the hub until I'd automated all the recipes that were given to me in the current tier that I unlocked. But I think I need to have... What? I need the fuel generators, and that's another tier unlock. I just got to double check where that is on the... I mean, I can build everything and have it all set up ready to go, and then once they're all built, then I can go and unlock it. So that's not a big deal. But I kind of would like to build some of this out properly. Otherwise, I'm just going to have fuel that's not going anywhere, that's going to fill up a buffer. And so let's just double check that. Because at the end of this, I will have automated everything. So petroleum power, yeah, I think that's allowable. Because all I'm getting is, I'm not getting any other recipes. So we'll get 200, 200. And I should have this from exploring. If I thought about it, I should have unlocked this first. But I didn't.
Milestone reached. It is my honor and privilege to inform you that the fuel-powered generator, as well as the industrial fluid buffer, are now available. Due to a lack of gold in your sector, Caterium will serve as a suitable replacement to construct the fuel-powered generator. Your research into this element was valuable. In fact, you in particular are my most valuable pioneer, but don't tell the others I said that, it would be bad for morale.
Me? So kind. That's that. I'm just going to make a note of that. Okay. That's perfect. We're into tier 3 now. Yeah, the first thing, phase 3 in today's episode, Gaz, we unlocked that. So then I was walking around doing some upgrading of the Mark IV conveyor belt. So I unlocked Mark IV first and Jetpack. And upgraded a few things that were waiting for Mark IV. And now we've unlocked oil. And I need to make... We've got our fuel generators, 4 of these. So as long as I have... Oh, I've got enough rubber and motors to make this happen. Perfect. I think this is going to work out just nicely. Let's see. But I think I'm going to wrap it up shortly. Because I'm at the point where things are going to get complicated. And we're going to have to unlock trains to bring the oil in as well. But I'll probably build everything up first, all the machines ready to go, and then train the oil in at the end. and then it will all just start working. And maybe by the time I get to that point, 1.1 is released, and trains will be a more enjoyable experience. Anything you start now is going to be big and time-consuming build. Yeah, that's it, guys. But I wanted to see here. Oh, this would be perfect. Yeah, I wanted to do this. Oh, yeah, I could do back to back, or no, maybe. That was there. Oh, I could even come. I could even come to there. If I was doing that, then maybe on this side, and then that way. Thought it was something about rail plays not being so unforgiving. There was that blueprints, rails in blueprints snap together and allow you to make some really nice, smooth, easy curves and that. So kind of really, that would be a nice thing to have. That there. So this recipe setup I'm doing here, I know I need to come back further. Guys are nice. That's what drove me insane in my last playthrough. It is, yeah. It's gonna make a big difference, hey. I'm cursed with technology. I'm too scared to try experimental. There's nothing wrong. You've probably seen, there's been a few videos from different creators out there covering all the new things. I've also got, I did it, episode 71 of my 1.0 playthrough. That's where we went back and played around with some of the stuff. So that's there if you're interested. Yeah, this is going to be good. So what I'm doing here is I'm making enough fuel to run 2 generators at 200% for the plastic and 200% for the rubber. And that's going to be the fuel recipe, and the byproduct of polymer resin is what I'll make my rubber and plastic off. So that works out really well because I've got the room down here for 2 and I'll have room at the other end for 2. I'll need some more power shards to do the other 2, but the only thing that I've got to make sure I can fit in is the awesome sink. I don't think this end has as much room. I was there. So I was going to there. I reckon on this end, if I have one there, one there, Ah, that's perfect. That fits in perfectly. Oh, I'm very happy with that. I'm very happy. And that fits in everything else. You know what? I might actually do that at this end too. And we'll have an awesome sink at each end. I reckon that's a... I actually don't need an awesome sink. Because I only sink on the input and you can't sink fluids. So we're actually not going to have an awesome sink in this factory. There is one on that end. Well, you can sink if you create the packaging and all that sort of stuff, but that's not what I'm aiming for. That's not what I'm about. But yeah, I'm happy with that now. I'm going to need to make some more power shafts. I only need 3 more. But I think that's enough for today. Like, I've laid the foundations down for the next stage. I'm really pretty stoked about this. Get this up and running. Get all of it built, and then we'll bring the crude oil in and turn it on. Because I'll also be making a circuit board factory as well. We'll have to find a spot for that. That's interesting there. Coming together. Enjoy the holiday tomorrow and your video work, sir. Pat's ready. No worries, Dot. Thanks very much. Yeah, it's going to be good to have a day off. Although Monday was a day off as well because of Easter, so it's only been a 3-day week this week. But I won't say no to a holiday. Also, we'll be able to, once I get the polymer resin running, I'll be able to research fabric. That's another thing. There's so much more things we can do now that we've unlocked the next tier. Anyway, let's find out how many tickets we made today. Seven. Nice. Now, look, in today's episode, we also filled up the space elevator with the versatile framework. So we've already got the first milestone or the first objective of phase 3 done, which is absolutely awesome. Oh, we unlocked an achievement today. Adequate pioneering. Complete phase 2 of the space elevator. And only 20.1% of players have this achievement. That's only 1/5 of players who own Satisfactory have completed phase 2 on Steam. That is. On Epic, it's like 86% sure. All right, so in today's episode, we unlocked, or we set the space elevator off to finish phase 2 and start of phase 3. We got the Jetpack Mark IV conveyor belts. We went around and implemented the Mark IV conveyor belts on some lines that were starved that needed them, as also we did it on all of the awesome sinks. Then we unlocked the oil processing and the generators, and we started setting out the machines for the next stage of plastic and rubber. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening or night. I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.